route where they breed in Ukraine, and their migration. Lebanon and Gaza, crucial migratory route. There's two migratory routes, the one by the coast and then the one down the Jordan Valley, and all will have an impact on those areas. But I love that analogy of more peace than green, and I think that is really important. We know that biodiversity loss is increasing the amount of migration in the world, is meaning that conflict increases, which means that war are more likely as well, as we compete over very scarce natural resources.
Okay, we'll have to close it there, unfortunately. So I know there's more questions, but we will be around. Thank you to Bishop Graham, Flor, Alan, Neddy, Tariq. As I mentioned, this report is launched. It's live on our website, www.biodiversity.faith. United for Nature, Faith's at the forefront on GBF implementation. Please do download it. And we are Faith for Biodiversity. We have a hub in Place Quebec, and we have events every day starting from tomorrow, so you can catch us there for more conversation. Thank you all very much. And thank you to Liza and Nature Positive Pavilion for hosting us as well. Thank you.
Hi everyone. We are going to be starting in like 30 seconds or a minute. So please come in.
If you're here for the Weaving a Collective Future, I kindly ask that you come into the circle, come into the space. If you are not and you're just leaving, I ask that you let folks have an opportunity to enter here. We're starting in about 30 seconds, just from time restraints. So I ask that if you have conversations from the previous forum, just head on out that way. Thank you. If you're here for a Weaving a Collective Future, you're welcome to come join now. Yes. We're here to talk about intergenerational dialogue of being a collective future. So if you're here for that conversation, I ask that you come into the space, into the tool. And if you're here in the circle, just come into the circle. Part of this interactive session is also to have a younger person sitting near somebody who is older, and there is going to be an activity. You don't have to move right now, but just make sure that you're able to find a place after. That's why there's the lack of accessibility for folks. That's what the folks in the back, if you're able to just come up, make your way up to the circle here. There's some spaces. Yes, come to the front. Yeah. We need folks to be in the front as there's an activity that's happening. Yes, if you can jump in the front of this site. There's a couple spots here left. There's some spots here we're doing an activity, and that's why we're asking you to be in the front. If you can, if you're able to fill, and if you're not, like, please come close as possible to the front if you can.
Welcome this afternoon, and thank you for coming to this circle where we want to explore intergenerational connections around working for a thriving. And turn on the background a little bit. We are glad you're here for a workshop of a different kind. We want to meet in ceremony and conversation. We need each other in youth and children, and to explore the ways that we can work together in kinship to protect a thriving future on this planet. My name is Chelsea Congdon. I am part of a group called kinship.earth, which is in Colorado in the United States. And our work with kinship is to use art and ceremony and imagination and creativity across generations and across cultures so that we can bring real life and emotion and with nature. We have convinced ourselves that we are separate from nature. We've convinced ourselves that we're dominant to nature, and we feel separated from each other. So we wanted to hold an experience this afternoon where we could all share in trying to weave a future of kinship together. And I want to welcome Alejandra from Colombia, who is going to give us her own welcome to this workshop.
I'm just gonna be interpreting for Alejandra.
Guanampa, Tupue, bienvenidos a este espacio, a Colombia, un territorio lleno de historias de pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales, con unos saberes que tejen día tras día, que conservan y también luchan y defienden el territorio y la vida. Hoy quiero compartirles un poco de aquí de la mochila. Mis abuelas eran tejedoras y tejer no es solamente algo físico, también se teje la palabra, se tejen los procesos, se desteje y se vuelven a construir. Hoy la institucionalidad nos ha hecho hacer más frío. El tener un título no significa que sepamos más. Cuando llegamos al territorio, los mayores nos han dicho: ustedes van a la universidad, pero en la universidad dejan de ser indígenas. Y nos decía que tenemos que aprender todo el conocimiento que la academia nos brindaba para defender los derechos. Pero cuando llegas al territorio, tienes que desprenderte de ese título para poder ser humilde con el conocimiento y ponerlo al servicio. ¿Y eso qué significa? Que los títulos en la comunidad no deben ser uno de los temas que validen lo que saben los mayores. Y eso es sumamente importante y bonito, que hoy vamos a tejer entre hermanos y hermanas, porque todos deberíamos abrazarnos y entender que hoy debemos desprendernos de tantas cosas que están pasando, que el ego, que centralizar el poder nos ha llevado a las guerras, que otros hermanos no pueden estar con sus familias y que hoy me tocan, y que los territorios aún siguen golpeados y que siguen perdiendo a sus seres queridos. Así que los abrazo y hoy ojalá tengamos personas más humanas, menos egos y más desde una palabra del abrigo. Aquí nos falta el fueguito. El fueguito abriga cuando estamos fríos. Entonces, bienvenidos a este país con historias, con muchas resistencias, pero todavía estamos aquí. Seguimos y seguiremos hasta donde nos dé la vida.
I'm gonna ask Alejandra to say it again because my memory is good, but not that. Welcome to Colombia, to a territory full of wisdom and with the memory of our grandmothers and grandparents that defend the earth and life. I put this rucksack in the center of the room as a symbol of weaving, not of something physical, but as a way of a symbol of weaving processes. And also to learn and to reflect about what we have done wrong. My wish is for us to continue to weave the word, and that we heal our hearts for a world with more peace. Thank you.
Okay, briefly, there is.
Hello everyone, thank you so much for joining us. For those of you who know me, you clearly have lost my voice. So please bear with this weird sounding robot that's talking to you. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Shweta, I'm from India, and I am with Kinship, but I'm also here representing IUCN CEASP, which is the Commission on Environmental, Economic and Social Policy in the IUCN. And we're really happy that we're able to host this intergenerational dialogue with some of our most favorite partner organizations together. And we wanted to really come together to create a space where we can create a new experience with all of you. And in this circle sharing, we hope today we will have like a ceremony of weaving and conversations at the same time. So let's see how it goes. It's the first time we are trying something new. And I have named it a Bandhan weaving relationship, which is here. Bandhan is a Hindi word which means relationship. And today, through the threads that each of you have, we're going to be weaving this relationship. And I hope it's an amazing experience for all of you to just be a part of for the next 40 minutes of this conversation. So I'm going to give it over to Chelsea, who can explain the ceremony that all of you will be participating in today.
I'm only doing this to save sweat as boys. You each have a thread, and you may be near someone. If you're an elder, you may be near an elder. You may be near a younger, or vice versa. We would like you, if you can, to sit in pairs, older and younger. And with your thread, turn to that person and think of something that you would like to offer with that thread. A sentiment for the future, or a view that perhaps you as an elder would like to do something different in working with youth. Youth could say, we'll receive that gift from the elder and offer something back. So that's a conversation where you get to know each other as elder and youth. You'll tie your two strings together in a nudo de promesa, a promise knot, and at each end of the string, the two strings. And then we will pass this loom around, and we will each weave in our joined string into a piece that we make together collectively. That's the ceremony. While we're doing that, we're going to ask you to engage in conversation from your pairs and individually about your thoughts on how elder people, the elder generation and the youth generation, can work better together in protecting biodiversity. What are the things we need to do more of? What are the things we need to take a look at? What are the things we need to stop doing? That's the conversation we'd like to have you bring forth while we're weaving it into a shared piece. And Heather of Elder and Youth, we're going to start off this kind of exploration with themselves, and then we will let you move into your pairs and talk for a few minutes before we have a shared conversation.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Giovanni Reyes. I am a Igorot Kankanawi from northern Philippines, and I'm the president of the Philippine ICC Consortium. I'm the chairperson of the Global Environment Facilities Indigenous Peoples Advisory.
Good afternoon. Good morning. I'm Tanse Mbashte Heather Owach. My name is Heather Owach. I am a Nakota and Cree woman from a place in so-called Canada. I come from the Okanese First Nations. This is where my mother is from, but my father's from another community called Carry the Kettle. I'm very honored to be here today. Thank you to the organizers, and thank you for this lovely opportunity to have physical space to be able to do something collectively together. And part of that is we were asked today to have a discussion about what it's like to have an intergenerational dialogue between what it looks like for for youth as an Indigenous youth, but also as an Indigenous elder, and what that looks like in the shared space and co-creation of the future around conservation, around nature. And one of the things I do, and I have to say I practice really importantly, is offering space for the elder to talk first and to share their reflection. That's a cultural teaching where I come from, is that we listen to elders, but also in turn, elders often listen to us in our space. So before that though, I had brought a gift as practice. It's some tea from my home. And I just wanted to share that with you because, so it's called muskeg tea. and or we call it Labradority is a common word, but we say muskeg because it comes from the muskeg in the northern parts of my territory. This is store-bought, but I have picked it before, so this is not my fancy box here, but I'm going to pass this to you, and thank you for sharing your wisdom and your space with me today.
Thank you very much.
So I'll let you talk, and then maybe you can share your thoughts with us.
First, I thank the Kinship and the Synchronicity Earth for the invitation to share our thoughts on the theme. I would like to state here that Indigenous people's views about nature is shaped by many years of and many generations of interacting with nature, so that the rules, protocols, governance systems, and management of resources are in accordance to the observations they have done for so many years. For example, in terms of food security, in terms of security against physical harm, they would relate that to the wildlife habitat. So in one meeting with an elder in our hometown, it's a bit odd as a start, but when he told me that if ever you meet a bird, if a bird suddenly appears in your home, that means that there is a message here that we have observed for so many years, and one that you have to look into the surroundings, because there could be an attack against yourself, or there's going to be some kind of robbery, or it's going to be a crime. So there is this message by the bird at 9 o'clock when it It's also a different message when it appears at 12, especially for those who travel. When it appears at 12, you have to delay your travel by, say, 10 minutes, because accidents happen in seconds, and 5 minutes is enough to delay the happen. These things have come out as a rule after many years of observing that the bird interaction with them has a message to reciprocate or to understand the vehemence of the elders why you must not alter the habitat, or you must not alter the landscape. That is because the birds from that landscape provide you the messages and the warnings not to do this and do that. So there is this reciprocity of relations, or synchronicity of man and nature, and that is the main reason why that habitat, or the main reason why we still have new forests and rivers left. If you look into the territories managed by traditional customary law, they have higher biodiversity levels compared to state-managed or government-managed protected area systems. That is why it is important that the youth would have to listen to the advice of elders. And because the youth, they are more exposed to science and technology, the youth can translate indigenous knowledge into its scientific dimension, or the indigenous knowledge can be translated into its physical dimension in the form of a map. So I think the youth can do mapping, they can do a global positioning system, the use of technology, and to translate this knowledge about nature protection into policy, into science, into an academic or into a conservation planning exercise. Because after all, the elders consider the forests as their academic institution, with rivers and trees as the professors, including the birds and the habitat in these forests. So no need for scientific analysis to explain this, but many years of interaction have resulted in high-level biodiversity in traditionally managed areas. So that's my opening.
Thank you so much. One of the things that I want to just thank you for your words, and acknowledges that part of the perspective and the shared what you're seeing today is two Indigenous groups that live in different parts of the world but have some commonalities around respect with elders and with youth. One of the things that Giovanni mentioned was that oftentimes our elders have that knowledge to understand nature through generations because they've learned from their previous generations. And it's an accountability for young people like myself to sit here and to listen. So it's with great honor to listen to some of the stories about even the messaging of birds. Back home too, I think we have a saying, I come from two different communities, Nakota and Cree. They're quite similar geographically, but they have some different teachings. And specifically around birds, when you see an eagle, the eagle is really important for us and it brings messages. Where I come from, it's the plains of Saskatchewan. The best way is it's flat and it's grassland. And one of the things that we in our communities is we highly revere the eagle. So to see an eagle means great messages. And so just hearing that and hearing Giovanni's words about what elders say about the birds also. So there is some synchronicity there and how some of the teachings are. One of the things that we were talking briefly before we had this session was that Giovanni shared that there's a lot of curiosity and there's a lot of things that young people are now, as we see this world is starting to change, a lot of young people are being more involved in technologies. And you mentioned the idea of mapping and the idea of how mapping relates to the protection of our territories, to our knowledge, and to a lot of the information that we're needing in order to preserve and protect our rights, as well as with nature and our relationship with nature. I think that's a really important thing to share because for a lot of young people, we're often told two things, at least in my community, I'm told, you live in two worlds. You live as an Indigenous person, but you also have to live in this other world, which isn't your world, but unfortunately we have to live in it. Some will call it the modern world. What I'm told, we call it the Munia world or the Wasiju world, and that means another world that came from other people. And so we have to live in this sort of journey. And one of the things that we're always told is you go out and get your education, but bring that back to community so you can strengthen our community. What that looks like, I see a lot of my own relatives back home is they've got into careers or into education systems where they're learning about digital mapping, where they're becoming engineers. But we're also told when you do that, you have a responsibility to learn and practice your own culture and your own teachings because those take precedent to those academia roles as well. And so as a young person, we're often told to go out and learn this Western world or in this world of the way that we know it now, but to also hold a responsibility and the accountability to make sure that we're also moving along this journey with our own practices and teachings. Part of that, though, that playing a two role is to make sure we're following our own cultural protocol. One of the things that young Indigenous youth and something that I practice and have been told and always try to learn is when you're going to go ask somebody a question, if you want to know a question about culture or about anything, there's usually a protocol to it. One is you go and ask somebody, you have to bring something. You can't expect to get something for free. So part of my protocol is I'm sitting here with Giovanni, he's sharing some information, and I'm asking him, we're sitting in a dialogue. Back home, if I was to go to an elder back home, I do the same thing. I bring tobacco, which is a plant that we use as a way to exchange gifts, or I bring tea, or I bring something else. So that's just a part of that protocol when you're sitting down as a young person and sitting with an elder. The other thing is there's reasons why you do that. Part of it is out of respect, out of cultural protocol, but also out of the idea of being able to make kinship ties and to bring in those materials of the plants or the tea or the tobacco, and that you're making sure that you're sharing some space and you're gifting. You don't get anything in this world for free. And so that's kind of why that protocol is for me. And then the other thing too is Giovanni mentioned the idea of, he had shared how it's important for young people to make sure that they're bringing in that curiosity and that idea of how elders can have also that understanding as well. And I think what's important is that we, I'm just getting cued to the queue up here, but I think what's important is that the perspectives you're hearing today is different. Indigenous peoples often have a certain protocol that maybe not many other communities do, and if they're less practiced. And so it's important that we talk about that when we think about the intergenerational dialogue, because it does happen in communities. It looks different in others. And what you're seeing today is an example of how that plays out. So I'm going to pass the mic on for folks to get into the question period. Oh, the weaving section. All right. That's right. So now we're going to get into the part here. So I'm going to just say a quick statement, Giovanni, of why, what I intend for when we tie the knot together here, to find the weave, is I really intend that, thank you for your teaching around the bird and around that space, and thank you for being here. And I hope that with this today, you're able to share more with a lot of the other youth from your community as well.
This reaffirms the synchronicity and the kinship bond between man and nature and the habitat that hosts these birds that protect us, that give us messages. So with that, that's the story that I must pass on to the next, so that perhaps they can convert this into an academic and scientific methods of advocacy, so that government will probably officially adopt it as part of its protected area systems management.
Hello, everyone. I don't know if this is working. No sirve, ¿verdad? Sí. Sí, perdóname, pásate. Hello, everyone. Hi, thank you. I just want you to please take your seats and lower your voice, please. Hi. Come on. Hola, hola. No se escucha. No siento que se escuche. ¿Cómo se debería escuchar? ¿Sí? Gracias. Just to clarify, did you hear my voice well? Not so well. We need, I think, a little bit more of. So this is just for the interpretation. So we don't have louder speaking here. All right. Hi, come please. I will ask everyone to take your seats, please. Thank you very much. Hello. Excuse me, do you want to sit? Yeah, so this is a mute room. We will not have a loud speaking. We just have this microphone in order for the interpreters, like they are online interpretation, to hear all of the panelists. So we kindly ask you to lower your voice. No realmente. Tú no, pero quien quiera escuchar en inglés. Es que no tenemos con tu sonido de micrófono. Ese es el punto. El micrófono se va a usar para que los intérpretes escuchen. Okay. Es una sala muda, entonces es una sala. Sorry, this is a mute. Sorry, this is a mute salon. Mute salon. So we don't have this to hide our voice.
It's just to go into
Exactly. This is just for the interpreters to hear everyone. Okay. But you have to speak with your own voice. I will ask for them to lower their voices and to stop making noise. So don't expect for this to make my voice louder. To make your voice louder, exactly. Okay. Great, thank you. Just ask you to lower your voice because we don't have a microphone to make louder the voice from the panelists. So if you need a simultaneous interpretation, please ask for this kind of thing because one of our panelists is speaking in Spanish. Thank you very much.
Okay, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. I'm really delighted to be moderating this session and talking to you about big cats. Big cats need no introduction, really. They are an inspiration in their own right, but this session is all about how they can help us bring life and breath and implementation into the global biodiversity framework. So if we can bring up the first set of slides, that would be great. What we're going to do today, I apologize, it is a bit noisy. I hope you can hear. And just for anyone who's new in the room, the microphone is not to amplify my voice, it's for the interpretation. So if you need interpretation from Spanish or English, please use the set and headset provided. So this is our event. I'm delighted to have you all here. What we will be doing, I will kick us off with a bit of a framing over big cats and what their relevance is for CBD and the GBF and everything that we're here to talk about. We'll then go to Jenny from Colombia, who's going to talk to us about jaguars. We will then go to Kustub, who is going to talk to us about snow leopards. And finally to Kenneth, who will talk about lions. We will then have a few interventions from the floor, and then hopefully we'll have enough time to really have a bit of a dialogue with you, between you and this panel, on the issues that have been raised and how we can take it forward. So without further ado, can people hear? Is this unworkable? It's okay. Okay, great. I will endeavor to speak loudly. Right, next slide. So, why big cats is the next slide. Can we go to... Oh, shall I? Yeah, okay. Sorry, where do I... Do you know where I... Oh, there we go, okay. Okay, point it somewhere and it will happen. So why big cats? I mean, we know how iconic big cats are, how they can mobilize and connect people with wildlife, how they can attract millions through tourism and communicate broader threats effectively. But they are also apex predators. This means they perform a crucial role in the ecosystems in which they live and help maintain balance of those ecosystems. They are excellent indicators and even more so really great stimulators and coordinators of policy, helping get that coordinated action and progress that we need. And just to outline some examples of that, just this year in April, we had the Tiger Sustainable Finance Conference, where partners came together with governments and committed to 1 billion for tiger conservation. That's an incredible number and will result in an incredible outcome for biodiversity and people. There's on the jaguar front, the Jaguar 2030 roadmap that's brought together range states from across the Americas in a coordinated set of action. And for snow leopards, the Global Snow Leopard and Ecosystem Protection Program that you'll hear a bit more about soon. These are big intergovernmental efforts that have come about and are enabling coordination between governments because of these cats. But big cats are also important to people. They can be problematic to people, of course, but they are also important for people. They perform crucial services. Snow leopards and their habitats are the source of rivers on which over 330 million people depend. Jaguar range prizes incredible carbon benefit and hazard mitigation, and lions generate maintaining or enhancing ecosystems, halting extinction, and achieving abundance at healthy levels for wild species. That is exactly what we need for big cats. Here you have the mainly spatial related targets 1, 2, and 3, which are of course crucial for wide-ranging species like big cats who can represent those large area needs very well, and climate resilience as also, of course. And then over here you have the species recovery actions and human-wildlife conflict target 4, targets 5 and 9 that look at wildlife trade. So these are all directly relevant to big cat. These are all directly relevant to big cat conservation, and big cats can help mobilize conservation, and big cats can help mobilize action on all these targets and more. But the big but, I guess, here is that we are very short of time. This is the Living Planet report we launched just 2 weeks ago. Unfortunately, it shows the most significant decline we've ever shown with any Living Planet report. So collectively, on average, monitored vertebrate populations have declined by around 73%. I mean, this is just mind-blowing. This is since 1970, so basically in the time I've been alive, more or less, we've seen a decline of 3/4 in our wildlife. That is an incredible curve that we need to turn around. And just after Living Planet report, we launched this report here called Nature's Technicians. That outlines why this curve, it's not just bad for wildlife, it's bad for us. With nature's technicians, we bring to life the myriad ways wildlife are direct services they provide in ecosystems and to ourselves. So this proves that this decline is not just bad for wildlife, it's not existential, it's important for us too. And understanding that dramatic decline curve that I've just shown has led to, numerous, this bending the curve narrative is everywhere. And yes, it's absolutely essential. But what we know from big cats is it's possible. Tigers have ultimately bent the curve from an enormous decline over centuries to, in recent years, starting that upward turn. That is a remarkably challenging thing to do when we consider tigers live in often in very heavily human populated areas. So we know that for big cats, achieving the objectives of the GBF is possible. And I just wanted to close with one of my favorite elements, I would say, as to why big cats are such important vehicles for change, and that's their ability to connect to people. Of course, big cats really do have that connection level to people, but also connecting land. Big cats have, at multiple scales, been able to be that mobilizer for achieving the connected landscapes, countries and continents that we need for the GBF and for a healthy planet for us all. This is the Teriark, where a tiger corridor was restored from this to this, and led to a very significant tiger use that has contributed to the ability of Nepal to nearly double its tiger population, because we created that connectivity within the landscape. But it's not just within a landscape. This is Bhutan, that has now established a connected network of protected areas and corridors across the entire country. Much of that, those corridor designs were done using tiger data. So this is, again, tigers being able to connect the ecosystems of an entire country. And last but not least, this can be done over continents. This is our friends from Panthera's Jaguar connectivity map. It is in the process of being updated, so hot off the press for that soon. But really showing how this species can connect from Mexico to Argentina, an entire continent. So that's where I wanted to close, and just really round things off with this opportunity of moving from surviving to thriving and creating the positive change and movement we need towards shared well-being for people and big cats. Thank you very much. And I'm now going to hand over to our next speakers and just make sure I get everyone's position correct. So I'm getting my name back out. But we're really pleased now to have some fantastic stories of 3 different big cats, not tigers this time, but jaguars, snow leopards, and lion. And so I'm delighted to welcome Jenny Gallo from the Forest, Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services Direction of the Ministry of Environment of Colombia. Thank you for being with us, Jenny. Over to you.
Thank you. This is really okay. Ok. Entonces voy a hacerlo todo en español. Bueno, muy buenas tardes a todos. Para mí es un placer poder tener y recibirlos a todos ustedes, a grandes amigos realmente, ya maestros en temas del jaguar acá. Para mí es un placer y estar en este panel. Entonces, tengo el gusto de presentarles esta historia, como lo dice muy bien nuestra moderadora, respecto a todos los temas que hemos avanzado en términos de conservación del jaguar acá en Colombia. Entonces, lo primero que quiero mencionarles es que consideramos que todo este tema relacionado con que hoy en el marco de la COP y de revisar cómo estamos en el cumplimiento de las 23 metas del marco CUM y Montreal, pues consideramos desde Colombia que la conservación del jaguar es una oportunidad, como ya lo mostrabas, para cumplir pues varias de estas metas. Siguiente. Entonces, en este sentido, por eso lo mencionamos que es next, what is the thank you. Mi presentación está dividida en 5 partes. Primero voy a hablar sobre las generalidades del jaguar, luego voy a hablar sobre los avances que hemos tenido en términos de política pública, pero también tanto los logros como los retos. Luego pues voy a mencionar el título de lo que estamos viendo el día de hoy, es cómo tenemos esa relación positiva con la naturaleza y en este caso con el jaguar, y voy a contar algunos casos y ejemplos de cómo lo hemos desarrollado acá en Colombia. Y voy a hacer dos cosas finales. Vamos a hablar sobre cómo, de qué se trata un proyecto que estamos estructurando con GWP, Global Wildlife Program, y también cuáles son esas metas que se están cumpliendo en torno a la conservación del jaguar en relación con el marco Cumming de Montreal. Entonces, sobre la información general, ya lo presentabas, acá el jaguar pues en Colombia ha perdido, pues no solamente en Colombia, sino a lo largo de toda su distribución, ha perdido más o menos el 40%, tal vez un poco más en los últimos años. También hay 2 países en donde ya está extinto el jaguar, pero tenemos un importante reto y una gran apuesta que es la conservación del corredor jaguar. Y esa es, digamos que una de las líneas y derroteros que pues se ha trazado acá en Colombia y también a lo largo de toda la distribución del jaguar. Acá en esta imagen ustedes pueden ver cómo al lado de la izquierda el jaguar de por sí, si trabajamos en la conservación del jaguar, ayudamos al cumplimiento de muchos de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible realmente, dependiendo del enfoque como lo vamos a ver ahora. Pero también hay unas importantes metas del marco global de biodiversidad. La primera tiene que ver sobre un plan de manejo de áreas que nos ayuda a reducir esa pérdida de biodiversidad, y es la meta 1. La segunda es la meta relacionada con temas de restauración y cómo tenemos una gran apuesta global a cumplir en un 30% de toda la cobertura a nivel global, pues en temas de restauración para el año 2030. La tercera tiene que ver con conservar pues áreas que estas sí no hacen parte de áreas protegidas. Luego tenemos también otra que tiene que ver con trabajar para la conservación de especies que están en proceso de extinción, como tristemente también están los grandes felinos, en este caso el jaguar, que si bien no está tan amenazado, en algunas regiones sí ya está muy amenazado. También está la meta 8, por supuesto que ustedes no la ven allí, pero es en relación con el cambio climático, que también es parte de lo que nos convoca pues el día de hoy. El 9 tiene que ver con el manejo de las especies de vida silvestre, y el 10º, que es muy importante y que creo que es un tema crucial que se ha trabajado por ejemplo en ONGs como Pantera, y es todo ese trabajo con sistemas productivos, ¿sí? Y cómo se correlaciona para tener toda una sostenibilidad en el tiempo. En ese caso, esta ya es la segunda parte de la presentación respecto a las políticas públicas y las metas que hemos logrado acá en el país. En el año 2005 se realizó el Plan Nacional para la Conservación de los desarrollando la COP, pero que viene ahora una post-COP, todos los compromisos que van a quedar después de este evento y que queremos pues que estén enfocados con este proceso. Entonces, de cómo tenemos una relación positiva con la naturaleza, digamos que voy a mencionar varios ejemplos que hemos venido desarrollando más o menos en los últimos 20 años acá en el país. Algunos tienen que ver por ejemplo, con el desarrollo de corredores tanto acá en Colombia, en diferentes lugares como al norte, hacia el Caribe, hacia la Orinoquía, límites con Venezuela y también la Amazonía. Ya hay un caso muy interesante y es uno de estos corredores que es en las sabanas del Yarí, en donde comienza nuestra Amazonía acá en Colombia y se conecta con otro ecosistema importante como la Orinoquía. Allí están las sabanas del Yarí y allí tenemos, se desarrolló desde hace más o menos, desde el año 2018, todo un proyecto y proceso con el PNUD con las Naciones Unidas para implementar allí un subcorredor. Este subcorredor nos dio un importante resultado de firmar un acuerdo intergeneracional para la conservación del jaguar. Y ese es uno de los primeros grandes ejemplos que queremos dejar hoy en este panel. Y acá ustedes ven ahí en la pantalla, es la señora ministra de Ambiente de Colombia, hoy en día presidenta de la COP, quien está firmando también hace más o menos un año, fue y firmó allá en territorio con las comunidades este acuerdo intergeneracional. Y esto es tremendamente poderoso porque no solamente trabajamos con las personas que hoy en día están tomando decisiones, sino con esas nuevas generaciones que las van a tomar, pero también recogiendo la experiencia de los que ya pasaron y tal vez no están tomando decisiones hoy en día, pero sí tienen toda la experiencia. Otro tema muy importante es en relación con estos procesos de gobernanza, tiene que ver con la Escuela Jaguar, algo que también se ha desarrollado, por ejemplo, con la Fundación Pantera, pero que también otras organizaciones han tomado ese ejemplo de cómo a través de procesos de educación se puede fortalecer esa gobernanza, es decir, esa toma de decisiones y priorización en los territorios. Otro tiene que ver cómo está algo que se llama las promotorías campesinas y cómo trabajamos y se fortalecen y se capciones en su territorio. Acá quiero decir que estos proyectos se han desarrollado con Pantera, pero también con el Fondo Global de Ambiental y son proyectos que también han sido liderados por parte, bueno, esto es una imagen de la Escuela Jaguar que hace parte pues de la historia y de los procesos que se vivieron. Otro tema relacionado es el manejo pues con todo el tema de la ganadería y cómo se pierde, porque pues es un tema muy importante, toda esta relación de conflicto y más bien de coexistencia negativa o de interacciones negativas que se tienen con el jaguar. Acá vemos el jaguar que ustedes ven ahí, al fondo está mirando una vaca y es como un proceso de cómo también pues se puede coexistir, pero también cómo acá se han implementado a través de yo remito mucho Pantera porque hace parte de toda esa historia de lo que hemos desarrollado acá también en Colombia y es la coexistencia a partir del trabajo con ganado criollo, que es un ganado mucho más resistente y que coexiste realmente acá con, pues con la naturaleza. Otra estrategia para tener esa relación positiva con los jaguares tiene que ver con el turismo, ¿sí? Ustedes ven en la imagen de la izquierda una huella de jaguar y cómo al fondo están unos turistas en una de las reservas más grandes acá del país, en donde trabajamos y conservamos pues el jaguar. Pero también hay otros escenarios, por ejemplo hay otro corredor hacia la Amazonía, en donde está el corredor Guaviare. Y también tenemos otro ejemplo que hace algunos años, junto con el Ministerio de Comercio, Industria y Turismo del país, se abrió una convocatoria a propósito de esa reactivación económica en temas de turismo y uno de los primeros puestos que logró tener recursos importantes fue algo relacionado con el jaguar. Entonces, como Colombia también se ha convertido después de países como Brasil en el Pantanal, en donde también existe la posibilidad de generar ese avistamiento de jaguares y eso empieza a generar esas relaciones positivas con el jaguar en este caso. Otro tiene que ver con los sellos como el sello jaguar, en donde es un sello también que junto con Naciones Unidas, con PNUD, se ha podido desarrollar un sello en donde es el jaguar el que recomienda estos productos para que se puedan aprovechar. Entonces, esto también es algo interesante, que esas relaciones entre la bioeconomía y la gente en el territorio empiezan a desarrollar esta relación positiva con la naturaleza. Y otro tiene que ver también con los mecanismos financieros eficientes para la conservación de los territorios en donde están especies como el jaguar. Este es un ejemplo que también tenemos acá en Colombia, en donde hay una empresa que si ustedes hoy van a hacer el refill del agua, es justamente esta empresa la que está, la del agua acá en la COP, que es Jaguar, que tiene la mitad de la palabra agua. Y esta es una empresa comprometida, en sus 50 años lo que quería era dejarle un legado a la humanidad y el legado que empezaron a desarrollar fue en torno a generar proyectos asociados a bonos de carbono con la adicionalidad en donde esté el jaguar. Entonces este es un complemento importante porque acá se reúne como a lo largo de lo que les he comentado, está el sector público con las políticas públicas, están las comunidades, está toda la cooperación internacional, pero también la empresa privada se une para la conservación del jaguar. Pero adicionalmente esa relación negativa con el jaguar también genera digamos que unos retos, pero también son delitos ambientales. Entonces acá en Colombia desde este ministerio también se ha priorizado algo que se llama la línea jaguar. Es algo que nació, algo que también puede fortalecerse, pero que ha sido un ejemplo de cómo la fuerza pública se une con la política nacional, pues para poder generar este tipo de iniciativas y de campañas para que a través del hashtag la piel del jaguar, pues la gente y todas las comunidades empiecen a conservar mucho más el jaguar. Y ya para casi ir cerrando, les comento sobre el proyecto que estamos adelantando en el marco del Global Wildlife Program, también del JEF, en donde justamente acá, junto con otros países hermanos como México, Paraguay, estamos en un proceso de estructuración de un proyecto específicamente acá para Colombia, pues entramos a ese escenario de los proyectos JEF para hablar de una especie como el jaguar. Y este proyecto va a recoger buena parte de todo lo que les acabo de resumir, en donde uno de los componentes importantes va a ser el relacionado con, digamos, el crear un sistema de monitoreo, pero también de fortalecer todos esos procesos de gobernanza en el territorio y también de coexistencia, siempre con una escala de corredor, de paisaje, de poder conservar. Y al final, una, digamos que, iniciativa que tenemos desde el Ministerio también tiene que ver con el desarrollo de corredores sostenibles, en donde el jaguar sea la excusa para pensarnos a una escala mucho más grande toda esta conservación. Al final les quiero transmitir 3 ideas centrales para cerrar. La primera, es importante saber cómo las comunidades locales toman las decisiones, porque eso es lo que va a ayudar a que verdaderamente las comunidades se apropien de todos estos procesos. A veces creo que a todos nos ha pasado en que pensamos proyectos desde los escritorios, pero no con las comunidades en el territorio, y por eso es tan importante el tema de la gobernanza para trabajar con ellos. Justamente si entendemos cómo piensan y nos acercamos a ellos de la mejor manera y hacemos unos ejercicios de co-creación, es donde podemos construir, pero donde también ellos prioricen qué es lo que quieren en su territorio, pero también que entiendan cuál es la importancia y qué representa, como tú lo presentabas, cuál es la importancia de los grandes felinos al ser especies indicadoras. Y la tercera idea fuerte que queremos dejarles es esa visión intergeneracional, en donde no solamente ese conocimiento ancestral y tradicional, y también las nuevas generaciones va a ser clave. Y al final también quiero decir, las alianzas entre el sector público, privado, la cooperación internacional y las empresas va a ayudar a que realmente podamos conservar a nuestros grandes felinos y en este caso el jaguar. Muchas gracias.
A lot of you were listening to the Spanish and not the translation. I'm impressed. Let me take these off. Okay, that was really inspiring. Thank you so much, Jenny. And I'm delighted now to move us from the tropics of Latin America to the Asian high mountains and introduce an old colleague, Kusup Sharma, who is the International Coordinator for the Global Snow Leopard Ecosystem Protection Program. Over to you, Kusup.
That's it, right? I need this as well? Okay, thank you. Lisa, I'll try to not break my neck this time. I'm known to do that. Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining in this session today. It's quite a maze to find your way, and I'm really glad that, that the room is packed and you all could make it. I've been privileged to have had the opportunity and the good luck to have worked on 3 of the big cats that we have around, including the tiger and the snow leopard. But today I'm going to talk for about 6-7 minutes about this beautiful cat, the snow leopard, which is also known as the ghost of the mountains. Now, I'm going to start with a favorite called International Borders. And that's what makes the snow leopards the true ambassadors of transboundary cooperation. That's why, whether it is the presidents setting up camera traps in the mountains and calling the world's attention to snow leopards, as the mascot for climate adaptation, or prime ministers convening international gatherings for politicians, donors, multilateral agencies, and other organizations to make funds available for mountain biodiversity. Be it the Secretary General of the United Nations calling the world's attention to a declining state of an ecosystem that provides water to billions of human beings living downstream, or celebrities harnessing the power of media and entertainment to appeal to the leaders of the world to prioritize conservation of the planet's third pole. The snow leopard has brought them all together. And there's a blank slide, but 10 years ago, when the Kyrgyz government invited 11 other snow leopard range countries to the first ever snow leopard forum in Bishkek, few would have imagined that the global snow leopard and ecosystem protection program would one day become a powerful alliance of not just these 12 countries, but 80 other organizations, institutions and agencies synchronizing their efforts to conserve snow leopards and their ecosystems. Today, the program brings together local and international expertise on a platform to develop and release policy advisories, manuals, applications based on solid science, best practices, and lessons learned. It is pioneering scientific development in different fields and also helping disseminate it by developing and delivering training workshops to a highly diverse set of audience. What you're seeing here is my colleague Justine giving a demo of how to estimate snow leopard populations in Pakistan using M&Ms. It has been helping countries come together to table resolutions, using snow leopard as the representative of high mountains of South and Central Asia. Not just that, it has helped countries prioritize and raise funds in excess of tens of millions of dollars that have otherwise been unavailable to these ecosystems, which are have been out of public consciousness for several decades, if not more. What makes the program powerful, including humans? And what is a snow leopard if not a flagship that has brought together scientists, conservationists, policymakers, non-government organizations, and multilateral agencies to protect one of the world's most fragile ecosystems? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kustub. I don't think there is any big cat that has better represented bringing people together across borders than the snows of Asia to the savannas of Africa. And we're really pleased to have with us Kenneth Usier, Deputy Director for Wildlife Monitoring and Research in the Directorate of Scientific Services in the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism. Thank you, Kenneth.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting us in Namibia to share our experiences with the audiences at this 16th COP meeting. I'm going to talk to you briefly about the lion conservation in Namibia. I don't have a presentation as such, but I will be speaking from my notes in front of me, but we'll have the slides on the display, and you can see how beautiful lions are and how charismatic they are and how much attention they call upon the governments, the communities, and other relevant stakeholders to conserve these beautiful species. Lions occur throughout most parts of Namibia. So by the 1934, when the first records of lion distribution and abundance were taken, they were widespread throughout the country. They were in healthy numbers. But then with the onset of cattle farming, in the 1940s, lion disappeared from most of the historical range, and today is restricted to the northern parts of Namibia. So more than 50% of the Namibian lion population is found in the Edosa National Park, where we have about 400 to 500 estimated lions, and the rest of the remaining lions are living with the local communities outside of protected areas, predominantly in the northwest and also in the northeast of the country. The lion population in Edosa is connected to the population of the northwest. The northwest lions are popularly known as the desert lions, or lions adapted to living in the desert conditions. The lions that are found outside of Edosa National Park are predominantly on the land that is dedicated for livestock production by the local communities. So the lions are sharing the habitats with the local communities and their livestock. So where we have lions and livestock coexisting, we have problems with human-lion conflict. So human-lion conflict is the greatest conservation threat that we faced in Namibia. If we look at the total number of lions that are found in Namibia, we are looking at just about 800 lions. Like I said before, about 50% or more than 50% of these lions are in the protected landscape. The lion populations by 1980s was down to just fewer than 100 individuals, and from just about 100 individuals over the 40-year period, the numbers went up to about 1,000 lions in Namibia, and then we experienced a prolonged series of droughts which impacted on the lion numbers because the prey was depleted and there was no natural prey for lions, and this also escalated the human-lion conflict. So in 2015, the ministry had to intervene, come up with dedicated and targeted strategies to address human-lion conflict, particularly in the northwest, where number of lions being killed by the farmers started to increase and was likely to impact on their sustainability. So in 2015, we started a project, and in this program, we started to work with the local communities. We moved away from the concept of lion conservation to protecting the local livelihoods, because local communities depend on livestock production, livestock farming for their livelihoods. And what was unfolding was that the lions were now killing the livestock that remained after the drought. So we didn't want to come to the local communities to say we have to conserve the lions, but we adopted the approach to say let's work together to protect your livelihoods and protect your livestock from being killed by lions, and in doing so we would also then benefit lion conservation in the long run. So we started to run several projects with the communities. We started what we call the Community Lion Ranger program. These are not ideas that were born in Namibia. These were ideas that were being implemented in places like Tanzania, Kenya, and we adopted and localized these concepts, and we started to work with the local communities. Local communities identified individuals. These people were trained and they were equipped with relevant skills and equipment so they can patrol the areas, look out for the lions, and when they see lions, they would inform the communities. Communities will take actions that will prevent the lions from killing the livestock. So the ministry with its partners started to invest also in a project called project in which we provided materials for communities to build stronger kraals to keep their livestock safe at night from the research domestic animals. So we started the program to work with the communities to encourage them to crawl their animals at night. But because these lions are occurring in an area where there are few building materials, because it's like in a very arid environment where few vegetation, so we provided materials to build stronger crawls where livestock can be kept safe from lions at night. The communities also started to do what we call the livestock heading programs, so they will head the animals during the day and bring them out at night. We also invested a lot of money in creating what we call the early warning systems. So we collared different lion prides, and we established what we call the data loggers or early warning loggers that will pick up the lions at a distance of about 2 kilometers. So when the lion approaches a village, the trigger will go off and community members will be alerted that the lions are present in the area or are nearby, and they will take intervention measures to chase the lions away from the livestock. So those are a number of projects that we started to do. We started to also work with the local communities to identify problematic lions that repeatedly cause problems for the local communities, in the sense of repeatedly coming back to the villages, repeatedly preying on livestock, and communities will help the government and the partners to identify such lions, and these lions will be, as a first measure, captured and relocated far away from the conflict zones. And in case they repeatedly come back to these areas, the ministry will then give the authority or approval for this lion to be declared as a problem animal and for such lion to be destroyed. So those are some of the community centered approaches that we follow to promote lion conservation in Namibia. So our message or our lessons from this work in Namibia is that the lions are very resilient. If the conditions are favorable, the numbers can grow again. Climate change is likely to impact on lion conservation. From the recurrent droughts, we have seen that they impact on lion conservation. With climate change, with no rain, it increases the incidences of human-lion conflict, so communities end up killing lions to protect their livestock. So climate change is a critical factor when it comes to lion conservation. We also learned from this work that we need some connected landscapes to allow lions in protected areas, like places like Etosha, where they are well protected, to colonize other areas or neighboring areas where it is safe for lions. So identifying corridors, identifying connected habitats, and making sure and working with communities to make the areas favorable and safe for lions, I think those are the future conservation trends that we are working towards. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenneth. And I think those two issues that you really brought to the fore are so important. Human-wildlife conflict is such a crucial issue for all of nature conservation at large. And this convention is, as far as I know, the only convention that has even started to talk about this issue. And we have human-wildlife conflict now in Target 4 of the GBF. This is a real opportunity to try and ensure the kind of scaling of ideas that you talked about, taking what works from one country and implementing it in another, and ensuring we can collect towards coexistence between humans and wildlife that is going to be so essential for success. Okay, so that's the end of the presentations. I'm just going to ask a couple of people from the floor to say a few words, because I think we've had some fantastic stuff, which is very inspiring, but ultimately without financing, it's a nice to have. So I'd like to invite Fernanda from Panthera. You've heard a lot about Panthera already. Panthera are an absolute leader on big cat issues and an important partner of WWF, to say a few words about sustainable financing opportunities for big cats.
Thank you so much, Wendy, and it's a pleasure to be a part of this conversation. So yeah, I think it's clear that finance is a hot topic. of this COP and also of the climate COP that will be happening soon, and I dare to say of some COPs to come, and that's because they're focused on implementation. And finance is not only one of the means of implementation, but it's also key for the other means of implementation, which are capacity, technology, and arrangements for collaboration. So we could spend a long time talking about how to sustainably finance biodiversity and especially big cats conservation. But because time is limited, I'm going to focus on some concrete examples of how we're doing that and starting to move the needle in that regard, but also to bring in some nuance to the conversation. So I think one great example of promoting sustainable finance for big cats landscapes conservation was the conference that Wendy mentioned earlier, and this effort that was launched in April this year by the royal government of Bhutan under the patronage of the Queen of Bhutan herself, and with very close involvement from the Queen, the King and the PM, so really showing a lot of political will, just like we heard with regards to this lab. And together with other partners, many of the partners that we have here represented tiger conservation experts, UN agencies, finance experts, and other key stakeholders. We set out to mobilize 1 billion for tiger landscapes conservation over the next 10 years. And that's through innovative and sustainable finance mechanisms that respond to the context and the needs of these specific landscapes, which is something that is quite important. And now I'm happy to say that following very closely Bhutan's footsteps, Brazil is considering organizing a similar event next year, potentially connected to the COP in Belém, focusing on sustainable finance for jaguar landscapes. And I think it provides even greater opportunity to make substantial progress in that agenda, because we can, from the get-go, first of all, really get the involvement from jaguar range states so that they can help us set the agenda, the parameters, the initiatives, the strategies, because obviously they're a central player, but also bring in representatives from the private sector, from philanthropies, from MDBs, from international financial institutions, so that together we can also find the most adapted solutions to the region, to the countries, to the people. So I think these examples are quite encouraging. And in terms of scaling finance for big cats, we could also envision how we could use the same blueprint and apply to GSLAP, the African carnivores initiatives, and protect some of our other big cats. But I wanted to bring some nuance to the conversation because, a lot, when we talk about sustainable finance, I think many times what comes to mind is mobilized private sector financing, and especially using public finance to mobilize private, investment. And I think we need to clarify that public finance is really important and should be a central part of these efforts, and that both from domestic budgets, but also from international sources and through ODA, etc. We can, do away with some sources of finance and focus on another. We need to make sure that we have, all of these different sources in place, and we need to focus on also a range of different instruments. It's not only about bonds, impact bonds, treasury bonds, etc. We need to be focusing on carbon credits that could be, have a higher value because there is some biodiversity conservation attached to it. We need to be focusing on biodiversity credits, on payment for ecosystem services, natural capital accounting, etc. Because at the end of the day, obviously there's this shared understanding that we need more finance, and that is true. But some of the interventions and the projects that we need to fund, they're just not profitable to capital, or sometimes they're not profitable at all. So we really need investment from philanthropies and from the public sector. But I also wanted to say that we should have clear that there are some funds that we don't want, and these are funds that further indebtedness in developing countries and funds that push these countries further into exploitation of their natural resources. So, we need to start really looking at these questions in a more holistic way. And we should make sure on the access side that, these additional and new funds that are unlocked, they can reach the right people. And that relates back to Jenny's point about communities and indigenous populations being at the center of these agendas. Is whenever we're thinking about this new mechanism, how can you provide equitable and direct access to these new funds? Because, for them, from their perspective, they can't wait 3 years for a new mechanism to be in place that is going to put together a framework who's going to decide on the guidelines for the disbursement of these funds. They need cash on the table right now. And I think many of the initiatives that we're talking about, we are closer to, the side that is the framework that's going to determine the guidelines to determine the disbursement than it is to the cash on the table. So perhaps while we put our heads together to come up with these initiatives, we should be thinking about moving more towards that direction and provide that equitable and direct funds to the ones who are in the front lines of climate change, impact, and biodiversity loss. So yeah, I'll leave it with you, these remarks.
Thank you, Fernanda. And just so you're aware, she literally just got off a flight. So that was impressive. Last but not least, I think, we've outlined how Big Cats can really bring to life GBF implementation, but we still miss sometimes the how. How do we get it done? And I wanted to ask Dao from IUTN to just say a few words about a really key tool that is the how of GBF implementation for species.
Thanks so much. Does it really work? Thanks so much, Wendy. So yes, so I want to let you all know that the how is in this Global Species Action Plan, and I hope you can scan the QR code and download. We have Spanish and French and Russian and English language. But the reason we want to talk about this here is that it provides the how, especially like when you mentioned about the global, the human-wildlife conflict. So there's all the actions and how and the guidance and guidelines from IUCN and other organizations are all in here. So it's in one place that we show how each of the GBF targets can be implemented to achieve species outcomes in this book. So from target 1 to all the way to the target 23, we have all the actions, how to do it, how to achieve species outcomes for each of these targets, not just target 4, because the presentations from 3 panelists, and including Wendy's presentation, it shows that, for example, the big cat, the umbrella, the keystone species, if you can do those actions to save them, you will save a lot of other species, but also have a lot of other outcomes for achieving other targets, like when Jenny mentioned about how many targets the jaguar work can do. So it shows all the actions that you can do here, from spatial planning to human and wildlife conflict, with actions, with actors who can help, and with tools, guidance, and guidelines that you can follow. And we try to connect with all the other providers for training, as well as two-way traffic. We want to learn from the things that worked from these initiatives. For example, we want to showcase your work through either solutions and connect your work into the platform, which we have an online knowledge platform as well. So on Wednesday, I will talk in more details about those platforms. If you could join the side event at the IUCN Pavilion on Wednesday, you can copy the invitation. But the whole idea is to really promote your work, either to provide guidance and guidelines for you to carry out conservation action for species, but the other way around is to also promote your tools, success case studies, so that other people and other governments, other stakeholders can follow and take those actions like you. So I just keep it short there, but I'll give you the QR code to scan and download the book. Thank you very much. Wendy.
Thank you, Dan. Do we have time? Yeah, Kylie. I think we might be. Are we out of time? We're gonna get thrown out, but sorry, Kylie. But I really want to thank you for coming. I mean, if you go into the negotiations, it's words and full stops, and it's a lot of diplomacy and complications. And I think we can really create a furrow through that by these animals that bring to life everything that we're trying to do here. I hope we've been able to inspire you a little bit. I hope we've been able to show that we have what we need. We have the how with the Global Species Action Plan to actually deliver this stuff in the GBF. We have fantastic stories from big cats all over the world where this is being done. So we have the finance that is scaling in innovative ways to enable us to do this more powerfully and at scale. So essentially, I think this is it. This is the time to secure a future for big cats and ourselves. Thank you so much. That was great. Thank you.
Microphones are just for the live stream, so we need to speak so people can hear in the room. So I'm Eli Fenichel from Yale University. As we get started here, can we get the slide back up? Can we close the door? Okay, and maybe close the door, if that's possible. All right, cool. I want to start off by just thanking some of the co-organizers, Monica Dean from USC, Matthew Agarwala from University of Sussex, Oxford, FSD Africa, that's a little obnoxious, TNC, UNEP, and some of the funding that supported me in helping pull this together, which is Nabok Family Foundation, Smart Prosperity Institute. And I'd like to thank our hosts here at the Nature Positive Pavilion. I want to kick us off by just setting the stage before I bring in our panelists here. The GBF has some really important goals. Some of the quantitative goals in the GBF are most focused on dollar value amounts. The goal goal D, calls for $700 billion in the financing gap, to close the financing gap for nature. And I think this, I hope, is a typo, because I think they want funding, not financing. I don't think we really want to leverage and drive $700 billion of debt or something based on nature. So what we really wanted to focus on here was thinking about what the distinction between funding for nature is and financing for nature, and how we actually open up more avenues to do both. So one of the things that struck me as I've been thinking more about this academically is that when we do financing, we're the impatient ones. When we ask for money, typically if I want to do a project, ideally I just want someone to give me money and I don't want any strings attached, right? I don't want to have to pay somebody back. But when we ask for financing for nature, we usually think of those of us in conservation as being the ones thinking about the future, thinking far about the future, but we're actually the ones being impatient. We're asking other people to bear risk, we're asking other people to be more patient when we have to return capital value to them. So I think that's a really important thing to keep in mind. Now, the other thing that I think is really important is that there's a lot of initiatives to develop new ways of doing financing. So I've been doing some fun work looking at connections between things like municipal bonds in the US and biodiversity finance, and the ability to tap into pre-existing financial structures rather than just creating new novel ones by thinking carefully about where does biodiversity actually capitalize. And I'd love to have more time to chat with you all about that. But when we're asking for financing, like I said, we're the impatient ones. And we really need to be spending time figuring about how, when we finance nature, we can repay that finance, or we can create a profit-sharing vehicle to actually bring in people who may not be focused on nature themselves if we're really going to get to $700 billion in spending on nature per year. There's a lot of questions about finance, and one of the things that I wanted to point out before I bring in our panelists is there's actually a lot of emerging research just over the last couple of years that I think is really important. We've done a paper, I've put some links here, and there's actually a copy of our paper on the back that tries to summarize that briefly on the back chair people can grab with Monica Dean. But one paper I think anyone interested in this field should be looking at is a paper by my colleague Caroline Flammer at the University of Columbia, because she's actually gone into bank books that have done biodiversity conservation deals and pulled out all of the metrics that I hear people talking about I wish we knew. So I'm just going to quote some of these metrics. She was able to get proprietary data on 33 biodiversity finance deals. She found that they required a 15% rate of return unless they could get concessionary finance, and then it fell to 12%. Still pretty high. She found that 60% were purely private financed, 40% were blended. They had about 8-year maturities. The average deal was $23 million, but the individual tickets were only about $6 million. And I think these are important numbers that we hear a lot of things get thrown around, and to actually have someone go in and dissect this is really important. So I would encourage people to take a look at Caroline's paper right here. We're going to do our best with the sort of dueling panels here, and I'm going to bring in our panelists now, and I'm going to ask our panelists to introduce themselves. I'm going to start off with Jennifer, who's here on my right.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jennifer. I'm from the Asian Development Bank. I'm the head of Sustainable Finance Practice in the ADB. So I'm here today. So happy that we have a great turnout, although, of course, you know, I hope you could hear me at the back, though. So I'll try to, okay. All right. I'm the head of Sustainable Finance Practice team in the ADB, and I'm glad to be here. It's a great turnout, so hope to actually have such a very good and productive interaction with all of you regarding the topic of funding and financing for biodiversity or nature projects. Thanks, Eli.
Thank you. And now I'm going to ask Nora to introduce herself first.
Thank you, Eli. I'm going to try to project. I don't find that easy, but I will try if you can hear me at the back. So Noor Yafai, I work for the Nature Conservancy. I lead the teams in Europe that are working with European governments, both on the policy side as well as the institutional partnerships that we're building, financing conservation projects all around the world. I have a private sector background, so I come to the discussion today both with a conservation lens as well as a private sector financing lens.
Good afternoon. I'm Simon Zadek. I'm the co-CEO of an organization called Nature Finance. We are a Swiss-based not-for-profit organization in Geneva. I've run the organization since 2019, which is when it was set up. I've spent 20 years really focusing on financial and capital markets and what changes are needed in order to align global financial flows with sustainable development. In this case, we're going to talk about biodiversity, but there are obviously many other parts of the sustainable development puzzle. And I'm looking forward to screaming at you over the next 60 minutes.
Thank you. I think there's some headsets being handed out, so we should at least have like headsets to be able to hear each other. So I would encourage you to use the headsets. I want to start off our conversation, and we've got this big screen, this big gap between us with the way the room's set up. Oh, that's good. There's another mic. But I want to start off, Noor, I want to start off by asking you, what are some of the distinguishing factors which influence whether and how conservation projects sort of get teed up for funding or get teed up for financing, or how you start thinking about the distinctions between the two?
Thank you, Eli. Well, firstly, I'd just like to say, I really appreciated what you said at the beginning. This event is about the distinction between financing and funding, but I think what you said at the beginning is such important context, particularly because we're sitting here at COP16. We already agreed the what, and really this COP is about the crucial details on the how and the resource mobilization. And as we sit here, we know, as you eloquently said, that we absolutely need both. We do need all forms of financing. We need the funding as well as the financing, but also we need to recognize that they're inextricably linked. Right, and of course, more and more, you are seeing examples where public sector funding can drive and leverage private sector financing. Can you hear me at the back? Because I know I'm competing with the noise next door. So if you can't, please, I invite you to raise your hand. It's a bit tricky to continue. And the reason why I think it's really important just to emphasize this context, and especially because we're not always talking to those who are working on this day in, day out, is because, as I've seen in my region in Europe, when we don't point out that we need all, we tend to go into quite polarized discussions, particularly when we're trying to advance the agenda about how can you accelerate the shift to financing. And those kinds of polarized discussions, I think we can all agree, get us nowhere. So it's really important that we avoid the temptation for people to think, what have I got to lose, but more, what have we got to gain by really connecting the dots? And I think that's so important right now, and particularly after this year's elections, when we're seeing a lot of polarization in these discussions. So to go to your question about the factors, well, of course, at the risk of stating the obvious, a key factor is going to be about investable returns. So, if a project is going to be financeable, if it's going to attract financing, it's going to obviously need to generate investable returns. And although that might sound obvious, it's not always easy to assess, and not by all actors that are driving conservation projects. I think there's some DFIs in particular who are making great strides, and it's really crucial that we're able to share a lot of that knowledge from successful projects if we're going to be able to spread and scale successful models. Risk is clearly, another of the factors to answer your question, and typically, we're seeing financing conservation projects means bringing risk to acceptable levels. And this is where policy and regulatory interventions can come in and need to come in. We need to make sure that public capital can play a major role in de-risking and driving that. So I think we're going to come on to discuss that in a little bit. But of course, risk is a determining factor. And conservation projects that can clearly demonstrate economic value, such as ecotourism or carbon sequestration, these are much more likely to attract financing because the risks are perceived to be lower and the economic financial outcomes are clearer. I'd also cite early innovation and best practices, particularly in the field of equitable conservation. We think about the role of Indigenous peoples and local communities. These factors, I think, are typically seeing, especially in the earlier phases, a need to really focus on funding, because we need those best practices to evolve and to develop. We need to support the deployment of projects where IPLCs are protagonists, and we have got far to go before we actually see those kinds of practices mainstream. So I think that's where typically we'd see a really important need for funding, both from public sector and private sector, to drive that kind of early innovation, and particularly the focus that we need on more equitable conservation. Another factor that comes to mind is the project time horizon. So of course the length of the project, the duration of the project, you are also seeing, I think your data as well shows that typically financed projects are those that are delivering returns over a longer time period. And so when you look at projects that are designed with longer term investment horizons, then clearly with a clear trajectory of returns, then they're much more likely to be candidates for being financed rather than funded. And of course, when we think about some of the other factors, I think blended finance clearly can be such an important way forward, with public funds de-risking investments to attract more private capital by reducing the perceived financial risks. And all of this, Eli, makes me think about pizza. Right? It makes me think about pizza. And the reason it makes me think about pizza is because if we think of conservation projects like making a pizza, right? What we really need to do is get into the business of not just making pizzas, but actually building pizzerias. That's what we really need to do. We need to go from individual projects to be able to scaling those projects. And as you guys know, if you want to deliver pizzas at scale, what does a pizzeria need? Well, it needs to have a license to operate, it needs investors and financing, it needs to follow the rules and ensure that it looks after its customers, it's got the right safeguards in terms of hygiene and so all of these things, it needs a business model that is going to allow the pizzeria to thrive. And I don't think that analogy is too far removed from what we're talking about, because we really need to be thinking about all those things and more if we want to move from just making pizzas to actually building pizzerias, and that's something I think that really ties to. I thought of when I read your synopsis.
Thank you very much. When you said equity, I think that's just another great case. Like, I was thinking about equity investing as opposed to equitable distribution. So I think this is another case where we need to be clear on language. I wanted to have a quick follow-up and just think, what policy or regulatory changes would be helpful to enable greater use of financing, and maybe could you give us a specific why?
So I'm going to try and keep to short bullet points here, but I think if we want to move from pizzas to pizzerias, policy and regulation plays a key role. The most important thing that comes to mind is what we're going to be prioritizing, one of our key asks at COP16 here this week, which is really getting the measurement, monitoring and mainstreaming agendas right up there and delivered. We absolutely need to make sure that we do have all parties agreeing those vital details, because regardless of the nature of the funding, whether it's private grants, whether it's public grants, whether it's financing, investors are going to need to ensure that they know what the goalposts are, what those goalposts are, clarity around those, and we need to make sure that we have clear, consistent frameworks in place to be able to accelerate the funding gap that you talked about, closing that gap. So I think that, that's the main ask, I think, this week, is making sure we do lay all the important groundwork that's needed in order to be able to then start mobilizing flows from private sector as well as the public sector. We also need, as I mentioned, the mainstreaming to be a priority, and we do need that for governments to be thinking sector by sector, how are they mainstreaming biodiversity into their national plans. I think that's absolutely crucial if we're going to be able to unlock and harness the power of the private sector to be investing in investable projects. So that's absolutely front of mind. We also need, I mentioned this earlier, public sector to increasingly, and its institutions, to be thinking about how to de-risk finance. So, if we think about nature bonds projects, for example, which my organisation, the Nature Conservancy, has been involved in successful nature bonds projects in Belize, in Seychelles, etc. There is a really major opportunity for public sector institutions to step up and help scale these kinds of models of innovative financing. So, for example, in Europe, we would love to see the European Commission giving a clearer role for the European Investment Bank to play in being able to provide credit guarantee enhancements, that kind of thing. I think that's a great example of where, at the moment, there's a bit of a policy vacuum. Really giving those clear signals about what we expect public sector banks, DFIs, MDBs to be doing is vital.
That's great. And so this is actually, as we bring up banks, I'm going to pivot here to Jennifer on my right. And so I want to ask, as somebody at MDB, when a country shows up with a project, what are the steps that you go through to determine if this project could be run on private finance, if you need to be thinking of some blends, or if you need to say, like, nope, we need to turn this over to, like, the grant-making arm, or what, what's the process you go through to sort of triage that?
Thanks, Eli. Good afternoon again, everyone. In ADB, before we actually, finance any project, or whether we look at a project to be financed by the private sector, blend, or grant, typically, the project first needs to be aligned with not only with ADB strategy and climate and nature, but also, aligned with the government's national development plans and priorities. So when we look at the project, what we do is we do an initial project assessment. We understand what the project is all about, what's the objective, what are the expected outputs of the project, what are the benefits to be delivered, who are the stakeholders, whether it's the public sector, local communities, other stakeholders, that we need to have a dialogue and understand where are really the benefits coming from the project. And we need to understand the scope of the project, whether is it local, national, or regional, because a project that's actually more scalable you can attract more private sector. Now, once you have that understanding of the project, of course, you need to do a financial feasibility. You need to do whether is the project, what's the cost and the benefit of the project? What's the cost of doing a nature-based solutions as opposed to the projects that they deliver? Many of these projects actually do have indirect benefits, like carbon sequestration or flood protection, but which are difficult to monetize, right? And so as the role of the ADB, we try to actually encourage, private sector development in the country, and by doing ease of doing business. So we try to actually promote enabling environment, doing the upstream work. And part of the risk is obviously looking at how the project could be able to support the execution of the project, right? And that's where the financing actually comes in. Whether is this something that the private sector would actually fund? And if the private sector, if there is actually a clear understanding of the risk that they will take, right? And of course, there's a clear exit strategy, then private financing may work. And in that regard, maybe ADB may not necessarily need to come in if private sector can actually deliver the project. But many of the nature-based projects, usually, they're challenged. They're typically new sectors as well. They're emerging sector. The market is not fully developed. So what we do is we try to blend concessional funding from ADB with private sector to actually crowd in more private capital. And this is where the value addition of the ADB as well when it comes to providing technical assistance to help private sector actually structure projects, to make them more bankable. So these are the steps that we actually undergo through. Yeah.
That's great. That's really helpful. I want to follow up quickly, and I was going to ask about like how you think about moving projects along like a financeable or bankable pathway. But I think it might also be helpful for you just to take a moment and unpack what you mean by concessionary finance and what you mean by bankable, and sort of unpack those for people who might not be familiar with those terms.
Concessional finance is basically, these are, you know, like with ADB, we provide concessional funding, low interest rate, right? Basically to, we don't want to call it subsidized rate, but basically it's lower than market rate. And the whole idea is that, you know, sometimes when you go into emerging sector, right, and private sector do not understand what the market is all about, they don't understand the project is here, there's a lack of market depth about, you know, the sector, then, you know, concessional funding is important because then you crowd in private sector to actually invest into the sector, into the project. When we talk about bankable meaning that, you know, the private sector would be interested because they could see returns, right? It's profitable for them. You know, private sector would come in if they understand the risk, but with risk, it comes with a cost. So the whole idea of balancing risk and returns. Now, when you talk about the barriers, the challenges usually revolve around, again, risk, financial returns, the structure, and market readiness. So for high perceived risk, typically for nature projects, because then again, they're not fully mature, they're not fully developed. And a lot of these projects are actually, again, as I have mentioned earlier, provide indirect financial benefits. Say, for example, carbon sequestration, you know, flood damage control or whatever, but these are difficult to monetize. So how do you do that, right? So how do you de-risk it is either you provide, say, for example, a blended finance solution, again, through concessionary funding, having technical assistance to help actually structure the project, or you could also develop, you know, pilot phase or scalable, small scalable project that you can actually show or demonstrate that the project is actually viable before scaling it up. Right. The other consideration is that there might be some insufficient or unpredictable revenue model, because again, private sector concerns with returns. They need to understand where the revenue streams, where the revenues are coming from, right? And it's important that if the revenue is actually not very clear, you need to look at developing innovative financial mechanisms. So say, for example, payment for ecosystem services, whereby government entities or private sector are willing to actually pay for the environmental benefits. Say, for example, say Vitel water in France. They actually pay farmers to actually adopt sustainable agricultural practices so that they would actually manage the water quality of the natural mineral water source, right? And that would include, say, for example, not using pesticides, or more of the use and managing grasslands. So those are examples of payment for ecosystem services. The other thing is that you could explore PPP, public-private sector partnership, whereby public sector can actually, say, for example, help develop the project initially, because many of the nature-based projects entail upfront high capital costs. And they're usually challenged with implementation because, you know, a lot of these have long payback periods. So this is where concessional, again, funding comes from, technical assistance, right? And then there are other instruments such as, you know, issuing bonds, green bonds, or sustainability-linked bonds, where you actually attach financial incentives with, you know, environmental benefits or outcomes. So those are some examples. Other barriers may be, as I have mentioned to you, with financial structuring, the cash flows, because again, private investors look at returns. So how do you manage that? So you can either look at, when you look at the project, you can look at, say, contracting, maybe looking at the supply agreements, whereby you could ask the private sector to take in offtake agreements of certain project outputs so that you actually reduce the revenue risk. So there are certain ways to actually deal with it. Another example is actually market readiness. You know, if the market is not actually mature, what do you do? Then it might entail that the work is actually doing more market development activities, trying to actually create that information awareness among the investors, among the paying customers. You need to understand who would actually buy the product, right? So these are examples of how you actually address. And in many instances, you know, a lot of these nature-based solutions would require, again, not just blended finance, exploring PPP. You also look at, say, for example, guarantees or insurance products to actually look at what risk could be, could be resolved or could be mitigated. Say, for example, you use insurance products to actually mitigate specific risks, such as natural hazards or political instability, or even revenue shortfall. So there's our various means to actually address the barriers that you've mentioned.
It sounds like there's a lot there to unpack, and for us to make sure that this whole community is up to speed on as we start thinking about financing for nature. I want to pivot now to you, Simon. You've been in this space for a little while. You and I've been talking about it for a number of years now. What adjustments are happening or can happen in the financial sector and or the conservation community to sort of meet in the middle, to open up more doors for finance as an opportunity, so that finance is more than just fundraising?
Thanks, Ellie. And I can hear myself. What a horrible experience. Thanks very much. How many people here work in the financial sector? Half? Is that somebody back there? Yeah, that's a definite 1.5. Okay. So look, the GBF has two different ways of thinking about finance. The first, which is largely what we've been talking about so far, is mobilizing finance. And there's the infamous $700 billion a year number that is sort of embedded in our brains. But the second, much like the climate agreement, is this notion of aligning global financial flows with the GBF. And that's different. And for that, one has to start by thinking about finance in a slightly different way. So as kind of normal human beings, which broadly my guess is we are in the room, when somebody says finance, you think about a flow. Yeah, $100 goes from A to B. But finance is a system, just like biodiversity is a system. So you've got to understand what this system looks like and how it works, rather than trying to influence individual financial flows one at a time. So what are financial and capital markets? So it's about $400 trillion worth of financial assets that sort of mosey around the global economy, and the global economy is about $100 trillion. Yeah, and there's probably global investment, I don't know, Noko would know the numbers better than I do, global investment of probably $5 to $8 trillion a year. Yeah, it doesn't matter that there's a T on the front of it. I'm just trying to give you a kind of a feel, right? And financial markets are made up of a sort of operating system. So you've got like accounting systems and data and all the ways in which they're governed. And then you've got a bunch of financial markets doing, there are banks and there are asset managers, and some of them are holding your pensions, and there are insurance companies and so on and so forth. And they're all doing interesting things to try and make money out of your money. Because remember, it's not their money, it's your money, last time I checked. And then there's a bunch of governing institutions, central banks, financial regulators, international standards. So they're completely mysterious organizations that most of you in your right minds will never have heard of before, and I wouldn't want you to spend too much time with them. But actually, they're running your lives, and they're determining almost all biodiversity outcomes. So this is a bunch of people who aren't here, who aren't in the room, but actually are influencing how financial markets work, how risk is being assessed, how returns are being calibrated, how money is being deployed, and whether those investors or insurers are taking the right account of biodiversity or the wrong account. And the simple version is the wrong account. Yeah, just to keep it nice and simple. And so if the GBF says we need to align global financial flows, what they mean is change that system. Now, MDBs are a part of that system, and they're a really important part. Depending on how you count, there's something between 10 and $15 trillion worth of assets. Yeah, it's a bit weird. Do you include sovereign wealth funds? And there's all kinds of weird numbers. But But in low and lower middle income countries in particular, MDBs are just hugely important. They have the dominant role in financing infrastructure. Yeah, overwhelmingly, particularly across the African continent, but most of Latin America and Asia. And how they make decisions in infrastructure financing is hugely important because of all the nature stuff. Okay, everybody okay so far? It's quite straightforward when you think about it. And so now back to what are we trying to do? So the biggest negative impact on nature, apart from the impact of climate change itself, is the food system. Yeah, it's just, there's no question about it at all, right? And so the food system is an $8 trillion a year thing that gets it grown, distributed, delivered into your fridges, into your mouths, recycling the crap that you throw away. It's an $8 trillion a year system. So it's big, right? And although the numbers are not clear, there's probably something like $1 to $1.5 trillion a year invested in the food system. And most of that investment is driving food systems that destroy nature. Hey presto. Right, so remember, we're nowhere near this 700 billion that we were talking about a few minutes ago. We're now talking about investing in the real economy and how the real economy affects biodiversity outcomes. And we still need to mobilize this money. Don't misunderstand me. This isn't instead of, but these are much larger numbers, much larger investment numbers, and actually much larger impacts. We do need to invest in nature, hence the examples. But actually what we really need to do is to invest in a global economy that isn't messing up the place so badly. Yeah, and that ultimately is the most important thing. We can keep investing in nature till we're blue in the face, but if you've got a food system that's wrecking the joint, yeah, those investments in nature are just not going to be sustained. They're not going to be viable. They're going to continually get marginalized and destroyed or be unprofitable because it's just so much more profitable investing in ultra-processed food, yeah, or commodity markets that are opaque, or any number of possible things that we know are dysfunctional. So the good news is, we as a community, we know that. Yeah, this is not a new story. We're not suddenly waking up to the fact that there's a global financial system that's built in a particular way and that we have to change it. In fact, a decade of work around climate change has taught us an enormous amount about the way that global financial system works. And it's taught us that, yes, we need to build that data operating system side. Have I got another 2 minutes? And actually we are. Biodata, natural capital accounting, the link between natural capital accounting and financial accounting, the link between financial accounting and balance sheets, the link between balance sheets and asset valuation, and hey presto, you've suddenly got a link between the science and the way assets are being allocated. Then we need a bunch of standards that force investors to take that accounting into account. The Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosure, there are all kinds of standards that we as a community have developed over the last 5 years to try and force the financial sector, and I use the word forcibly, to force the financial sector to count nature in the right way. And then there's the debate about how you measure it and everything else, all of which is terribly important, but you need all those systems in place in order to do it. Then you get all of the funky, innovative instruments, and we've had some really good examples of that, but they can't function if you haven't got a nature finance accounting system. Yeah, it's like, what are they counting? How are they taking all this stuff into account? So then you get biodiversity credits, and there'll be a big argument in Cali about biodiversity credits, and you get nature-linked financing instruments of all kinds of different kinds, and lots of guarantees, and nature as infrastructure if you talk to the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. So there's lots of stuff happening in the market area, involving public money and private money. And then you got those damn governing organizations again. How do we get central banks to take nature into account and force the rest of the financial system to take it into account in the right way? Well, the good news is, and I won't go through the details, the good news is we are advancing in those areas. You know, there is a network of 120 central banks and financial regulators and supervisors, you know, who were, let's say, encouraged to come to the table and are increasingly being pushed to not only take carbon into account, but also to take biodiversity into account when they think about what they want to get financial and capital markets to actually do in practice. So let me stop, but it's sort of, if you leave the room, probably you'll leave the room anyway, but if you leave the room with a couple of thoughts, it would include the many examples that we've given, but it's a sort of a picture of what that financial system looks like. So that when somebody goes in the next room, in the next session you go into, yeah, we need to raise some money to invest in nature, something goes off in your head and you go, hang on a minute, isn't it that we've got to change the global economy by ensuring that we're investing in the global economy in a different way? That's really the big story, isn't it? And make sure you ask the person what they think about that. Thank you.
I think I accidentally just hit my button, so now I can't hear anything on those things. That was great, Simon. Thank you. And it reminds me that I know something I don't think many people are tracking is that the system of national accounts, those national balance sheets that the central banks use, is about to be revised. The vote is in March. And they did something that's actually pretty cool. For the first time in 70 years, if you cut down a forest, you don't just count the value of the logs as if they were manna from heaven. You're actually supposed to subtract the value of the forest you cut down. This is you would think this would be a bare minimum thing, but it's a really big deal to have these kinds of changes that go to the systematic nature of the way central banks and financial regulators and whatnot see our balance sheets. I want to come back to a question that always comes up in my mind, and it's for whichever one of our panelists want to field it. So there's a lot of reasons. We hear a lot about wanting to engage with nature finance to raise money. I want to know, when it comes to thinking about risk management or what other skills, what other reasons might it be worth working with a finance team on a nature project? We think rather than just they're the people with the money. And I'm curious if anyone has a good answer for that.
Thanks. It's a really great question. I mean, I can think of many. What comes to mind is at the Nature Conservancy, our in-house impact investment team, NatureVest, is packed full of amazing professionals who really understand how the markets work and how private financing works. And I think a lot of what they can bring with their expertise and their insights to the thinking process that goes on when designing conservation projects, just goes well beyond what I think traditionally people have been doing. And I think a good example of that is NatureVest during COVID, recognizing that in Africa there were obviously fluctuating tourism footfall, which was impacting the viability of a lot of tourism in Africa, and they spotted this as a challenge and created the ACT fund, a 70 million fund, which was designed to support responsible ecotourism operators to be able to invest with more confidence longer term by offering them flexible payment, fairer interest rates, and really incentivizing them to be deploying those good practices over a longer period of time and mitigating the risk that COVID-19 was making on tourism. And that brought a whole new mindset to this particular context, and I think that's an example of where the kind of innovative approaches to older problems can come to the fore when you bring together professionals from different walks of life. So that's one example.
Great, thank you.
Definitely concur with Noor. What it brings is actually financial innovation and structuring. You could look at various mechanism now, as I mentioned earlier, you can even use debt capital market instruments, green bonds, sustainability linked bonds, or even say for example ADB working with the TNC to look at debt for nature swaps, whereby savings from from this transaction would go to conservation projects, right? So these are the things that can be, that a finance team can actually bring into the table. The other thing is about risk management, because they do understand the risk, what the private sector are actually willing to take. And you could actually structure your cash flows based on the understanding of the risk and what mitigation tools to use. So as I mentioned earlier, could it be guarantees or insurance products? And Simon mentioned about natural capital valuation. That's important. It is important for project planning, because now you can able to actually value ecosystem services, which are really very important. And I think tomorrow one of my colleagues here, Martino Pinelli, will be looking at, or discussing about nature valuation. And I think, Ellie, you will be part of that as a keynote speaker. So other thing is also on the monitoring, reporting, and verification, which is important because it actually demonstrates the project, because in terms of the investors, they need to understand really the impact of the project, and by having this monitoring, reporting, verification, you're actually providing reliable data, you're actually tracking progress, making sure that investors do understand actually the benefits of the project.
Okay, Simon, so it sounds like I'm going to summarize that with a very high level thing, which is when we engage with people about finance for nature, we shouldn't just be asking for money, but we should be asking for some of that expertise in project management and design and risk management as well. How are we doing on time? I think what we're going to do, and we're going to try and do this with the noise from the other side, I think we're going to play a little game. Okay, so we structured a game here, and I'm going to ask two of my. So I want to point out that we've got a bunch of wonderful Yale students. There's about a dozen of them here, and I would encourage people to talk with them after the session. But I've got two of them here, and we're going to play a little game that we decided to call "Fund It, Finance It, or Forget It." And we're going to have them. I'm going to have Tatiana. Are you going to go first here? Is going to read a little project description, and what I'm going to ask our panelists to do is sort of say, like, I'm going to go down, we're going to do like a round robin thing. Like, what's the one question you would want to ask after hearing this if you were trying to figure out how to help this project either into the finance market or into it saying, nope, we need to go for philanthropic funding. And before you guys sort of weigh in on like where you think it would actually land, I'm going to ask the room to sort of vote and see if this should go for financing or funding or something in between. Do you have a mic?
Okay, thank you, Lai. Can you hear me? Okay, I'm Tatiana Watson. I am a student of the Master of Environmental Management at the Yale School of the Environment. I'm Colombian, and thank you for this game. I'm going to present you a case that is the Brazil and Colombian partnership to produce acai. And this partnership and producing acai will allow us to improve the rural communities' quality of life and do biodiversity restoration. The motivation to do this partnership is that the Pacific and the Amazon regions in Colombia have been degraded, deforested, and affected by activities such as illicit crops. Also, the global demand is growing, the global demand for these healthy products such as acai, so we want to take this opportunity. The solution with this partnership is that we have the support of NGOs, of the government agencies to develop this project, and we want Colombia and Brazil to become leaders in acai production. The technology that we are bringing will allow us to do a more efficient production and make us more competitive in the markets. How it works? We work directly with the communities, with local farmers, and we give them some training so they know how to do sustainable production, a more sustainable production. We include a technology that decrease our cost by 30%, and we want this to be a balance between the production and the health of the ecosystems. The project is off the ground right now. We have 4 nurseries, 1,200 trained farmers, and 30 hectares restored. The market opportunity is that the market is right now valued in $3 billion. And we have increasing or rapidly increasing demand from America, Europe, and Asia. We have done some risk assessment, and for example, the market volatility is a risk, where if the global demand dropped 10%, we lost around 1 million of revenue. The ask for this project is $10 million that will allow the project to scale operations, expand processing facilities, improve logistics to export this to international markets, and create thousands of jobs and cultivate 200,000 hectares by 2030. Thanks.
Thank you, Tatiana. So I'm going to go down the line. I want each of our start with Jennifer. Okay, I'll start with Jennifer. Evan, I'll start with you next time on the next one. And Simon gets off the hook because he's in the middle. But I want you guys to each ask like one question that you would, Tatiana doesn't have to answer it, but I want you guys to ask like one question that you would think through about like, how do we think about this project? Or what else should we be thinking about with respect to this project as we think about these questions about funding versus financing that would help our panel of judges here decide whether Tatiana has to forget about the project, which I hope not, but whether it should be more of like a goal of funding it or financing it, or maybe you guys want to offer something else in between.
Can I ask probably two questions? Need to understand, do you consider that this is a mature business model, or this is something that's still very much, less developed? And the other thing is that you mentioned about the business working with local communities, government entities, the private sector. And when you do Asahi harvesting, the way how I understood it is that you might be working with a number of landowners who are actually, scattered around several areas or hectares. So is there a clear legal framework on how do you actually do this, what we call a non-timber finance value chain, right? So because that's important. Because a lot of these nature-based projects clearly need, regulations, but at the same time, it's important that, these beneficiaries understand what are the outputs of the project, how are they benefiting from this project.
Okay, so this is an early stage project, and we work with these local producers that have very clear their ownership of the land. So as a requirement, we ask that they have the land use and their papers in order.
Okay, so Simon, what are your questions?
Thanks, super interesting. So my questions are, does the produce have a distinct brand as opposed to being a commodity? So can one distinguish it in the market as coming from a particular place with a particular cultural origin? And secondly, do you know who the buyers are? In other words, are you selling into undifferentiated markets and you don't really know who's buying the product? Or can you imagine, or do you already know who those buyers actually are?
We already don't know who the buyers are. We imagine are everybody interested in healthier products in these regions.
And it's an undifferentiated product, or it's a brand?
Thank you. This is a branded product.
So I know it came from your project.
Yeah, you can track that. Thank you.
Well, Tatiana, I think you did such a great job. I would always say, just let's give you some money, right? I mean, sounds great. But I would say, building on the good questions from co-panelists, you mentioned cutting edge technology, and I'd like to unpack that a bit. What is cutting edge? What is the differentiator? Like, what is cutting edge about the technology? I guess is a question that comes to mind. And I think the other one is, and I don't know if you covered this, but is there a business plan in place where you can calculate your net present value? Like, what are their expected returns?
Okay, we don't have clear the expected returns. We are just trying some new technologies. We have big pots and big installations to process the acai fruit and to process it in a huge volume. It allows us to produce like 20 tons in a day, per day. That's all about the technology.
So what I want to do is, do any of the panelists have anything else they want to add about this?
Actually, more of a question.
More of a question.
Yeah. You mentioned about market volatility, right? And the way, market volatility. It's like a drop in your revenue about $1 million annually because
$1 million.
Okay. So how are you addressing that apart from saying that you're actually diversifying financial product, because this obviously would look into risk mitigation tools, right?
Exactly. So we are looking for diversifying the product, not only selling the fruit, but selling powdered acai, sorry, and also juice.
Okay. Did you have something else to ask, Simon?
No. Are you asking about?
Okay. So I actually, Tatiana, go for it.
Curious, because one of your mitigation strategies, if there's a drop in global market demand, was to feed local markets. And I just wonder if you could tell us a bit more about what the proven demand in the local level looks like, and how resilient that is, how you expect that kind of local demand in region to evolve.
About the local demand, we don't have huge expectations. We have some mitigation of the risks. We want to sell some part of our production in the local and regional markets, but we consider that the local demand is not our main priority.
Okay, so I want to say before the next bit, Tatiana went above and beyond because I told her she didn't have to answer the questions from the panelists. We just wanted to understand what the panelists were thinking. So it's great. She's doing great. I want to ask the audience now, based on what we've been hearing in our conversation today, I'm going to ask for a show of hands. Does this sound like the kind of project that should be going out for some sort of financing vehicle? Or is this the kind of project that needs to be sort of just raising funding somehow from sort of a philanthropic or concessionary arm? And so I'm going to say, like, let's see, or should she forget this altogether and go do something else? So who thinks she should? And if you leave your hand down for any of these, I'm going to say that you think she should forget it, right? And we don't want to be telling our brilliant students to forget what they're working on. So who thinks this should be going for financing? Who thinks this is more like a funding challenge? Who's really unsure? Okay, a few people. What do the panelists think? Just as a sort of, where would you direct Tatiana to go with this?
Well, obviously we haven't seen the net present value, so that's the point we heard. But if one assumes for a second that there's a positive net present value, so assume it is viable on paper, then you need a retail bond. Yeah, so you're solidarity financing into a bond using mobile payment platforms, so like a Makiba in Kenya. Yeah, so that's a way to raise money whilst avoiding major financial institutions. You need an insurance product to deal with price volatility or damage. So for that, you go to the IADB, yeah, and they do insurance products that will do with raising money to fund working capital, which will be banking, and raising money to build capacity, which is likely to be grant.
What he said. No, so I think basically what we're hearing, and I agree, Simon, is it sounds to me like that you would be looking at a range of possible funding streams, and so funding and financing is what I'm hearing you say, and I agree. I think that you could actually cast your net quite wide in terms of mobilizing the resources that you need to take the project forward.
I think this is a blended finance solution in a sense that, clearly there are areas whereby government and even, MDB such as ADB could support, right? As mentioned by Simon, addressing market volatility through guarantees or insurance products, right? Mention about the legal framework, the upstream work that's needed, the ease of doing business is something that ADB can provide through technical assistance and capacity building as well. So for me, it looks like this could be a blend of both public and private sector, and coupled with ADB's assistance, probably technical assistance to help with project structuring, your cash flow structuring, because it's important that you address the revenue model.
I think I was getting the signal to hurry up, or no? Okay, good. I thought I was getting a time. I'm going to try and push our time just for a minute or two. One thing that was really interesting to me from our panelists that we didn't hear is none of the panelists asked about the biodiversity indicator outcomes for this. And I think this is one of the things that's they sort of just trusted, I think, Tatiana on that. So I thought that was interesting. Estefania, do you want to come up and do a quick read through? But you don't have to answer questions.
No, I don't.
I promise. So we're going to try one more real quick. This is going to be the speed round version because we're running out of time.
Okay. Hi, I'm Stefania, also a Yale student, and I will do this hypothetical case study. So I don't have much information about it, but this is like a native seed center that is looking to restore ecosystem services in the Colombian Amazon. And this center has not only created 4 nurseries, but also has restored 30 hectares since 2019, and has trained 1,200 individuals, local community, but they have the goal to restore 150 million hectares by 2030. So they have some challenges, and for instance, they have some delays in securing large-scale contracts for restoration projects. And for instance, a six-month delay in project approvals could lead to a cash flow gap of $500 million, and that is slow their operations. So what Native Seed Center is doing is working to diversify the revenue streams by expanding their partnerships with the private sector clients and offering tailored restoration services. And also they're trying to establish reserve funds to cover short-term operational costs in these project delays. Also, this center is looking for $12 million to expand their nurseries, scale seed production, and enhance biotech capabilities to meet restoration goals, the one that I already mentioned. So this is the case study very shortly.
Excellent. So let's go for it, Simon.
So Colombia has a comply and compensate biodiversity scheme, a no net loss model already in existence. It generates significant financial resources from the corporate sector. There is an emerging biodiversity credit market that sits in between that comply and compensate model that exists and investment in nature restoration and conservation. Companies like Terrasos, are providing those intermediary services. Yeah, and then to get the capital injection, so that provides you with a flow of funds, on an ongoing basis, and it's coming through a regulated compliance model, which exists, and then you would go to IADB for an initial capital injection to improve the nurseries, which would then be amortized over a 25-year nature restoration and conservation basis. So that's, I don't know what the numbers look like, but that's, that there is a system in place already in Colombia that can do that kind of stuff.
Question for me is basically, can you give an idea really what's the clear revenue stream here? Okay, right. Okay, all right. Okay. Yeah.
But I want to hear your thinking about what are the questions we should be asking. So, Nora, do you have
maybe one of the concerning things was the risk around, potentially a shortfall of $500,000 if your supply is disrupted. So I'd want to dig into that a bit more and how you would mitigate that, because it sounds like that could be quite impactful. So digging into the resilience of the business plan, I think, is important.
That's great. I want to thank both of our students for being so brave and standing up in front of all of us and the live stream and reading I want to thank all of you. We had the room until 4:30, and it's 4:30. This was a great session. I'm going to use the video to tell the Nature Positive Pavilion that next time we get the big room, and because I think we were had a pretty packed room. So thank you all. I hope this was informative. It's great seeing you. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
you.